What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Flux Harmonic. I'm David Wilson, and we're back with the final stream where I'm trying to build a 2D platformer game for the GitHub GameOff 2022 Game Jam. We've been going at this for a whole month now. Well, actually, it's only been the weekends inside of November, but it's been maybe 2 sessions per weekend for 3-4 weekends now. So it's been quite a few sessions. Haven't made as much progress as I would have liked, but I feel like we've done a lot of things over the span of time that have been really useful for Mesh, the language that I've been building, which is basically an implementation of Scheme. And also trying to figure out how we might build something a bit larger scale with this language and the tools that I've built around it. It's been enlightening for me because I've been bumping up against, problems with my implementation of the language and also just sort of general limitations of the scale of what I can do. So I've got a lot of things to think about, a lot of things to work on whenever I spend time off stream before the next game jam that I do, which will be in April, I think. I'm not going to be doing the next Ludum Dare, which is in January, because I'm going to just wait a little bit. It's too soon to jump into that again. So I'll wait to the one that comes after. And by then, I intend to have a lot of things working, like really solid REPL integration, which we worked on the last stream, a much more robust UI toolkit that I can use for doing in-game editors. I mean, we started working on an in-game editor this time, but I think that there's a lot that I really want to do that we can't do just yet, but we'll have that capability by the next game jam for sure. Also, better graphics engine, because I'm going to redo a lot of that stuff really soon now. Also, macros in the language, so we can do some cool things with that. General robustness of the language, fixing a lot of the bugs, dealing with some of the scaling issues that we've been having. A lot of really weird issues related to that, so we'll try to fix some of those things before next time. But my goal would be for the next game jam to have things in a state where we can make a lot of progress. Wow, what just happened to my computer? That was weird. I don't know if you saw that, but the screen just shut off and then came back on. So thank God it didn't completely go dead. Anyway, what I was saying is I want to have everything in a really solid state so that we can really easily make a game next time. And also do a lot of it interactively so that we won't have to do this sort of recompile loop every time. Ideally, what I would like is to not even have to compile a program. We just start the Mesh REPL, start building code for the game in various modules and whatnot, and just load those up, started building out all the functionality live in the REPL so that we never have to compile anything. We just have it ready there at hand. So I'm going to do all the things necessary to make that happen before the next game jam, and it should be a lot more interesting to watch. Possibly before then, too, I'm going to try to have a sort of first public, I wouldn't even say alpha release. I'm going to say like try it if you're interested in this idea release for Mesh itself, to see if other people would be interested in trying to use it. So, a lot of polish will need to go into it to make that possible. So hopefully people will be a little more familiar with what I did with the language by then and might be more interested to watch what I'm doing on the stream. So what I want to do today in the stream is try to finish off the main game loop, or yeah, I guess you could call it the game loop. There's 2 ways you could look at a game loop. One is the actual loop in the code that runs the game engine, but the other is like the actual loop of starting the game, completing the task that you have to complete in the game, and then completing the game effectively. So in this game, the design is that you're supposed to be navigating through a world where my mouse is not working. Let me see what's going on here. Wow, did the computer lock up or something? What's going on? Anyway, you're supposed to be navigating through a 2-dimensional world to find particular items that you have to bring back to the first screen that you're on. So the goal would be to finish that game loop up so that you can actually accomplish the goal that we've set out. Okay. Somehow my screen decided it wanted to lock. That's what happened. There we go. Now, everything's back, I think. I see my mouse. Great. Not a catastrophe. So if we can get that basic game loop working, where you can go find at least one item and bring it back to the starting location, and the game can tell you, oh, you finished the game, then that's enough, I think. It's not something that is going to be fun for people to play, but at least we can say that we finish the basic premise of the game. So if we have time, we're going to try to flesh out some of the other areas that we designed in the game. If you haven't seen that before, this is a 2D game that's sort of comprised of various different screens that don't scroll. They're just square screens. And you start at this location in the world, this center top yellow square. And these are connected regions, which only the first one, the yellow region right now, exists. So we're going to try to make the item that we're looking for show up in this screen of the region, but you have to kind of navigate around to get there. So once you get there, then you should be able to take the item back to the home location, and then we would call that done. If we have time, we might try to flesh out another one of these regions really quickly and see if we can add that to the mix, because that might make things a bit more interesting. But I'm not going to stress too much over that, because, you know, we're not going to get the whole game done by then. So, hey, Travis, nice to see you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. You know, it's taken a long time to get up to the point where things are working well enough to do a bigger game, but I think we're getting closer to where we need to be for that. All right, let's see. It's REPL's in the way here. Tasks from yesterday. Yeah, so we still need to fix the upper collision detection. That would be a nice thing to fix if I have time, because now that we're having more like maze cave-like things to walk in, we might want to handle that more effectively. Let me just show you where things are at the moment. I'm going to jump over to this screen to the right. And part of what we got done yesterday was the ability to go down into a lower screen. So I'm going to jump right down into this little hole. And now we're in this zone. So what I'm saying with the upper collision is that if I jump up, I actually go into the wall. And then I can jump up higher than that. And then, let's see, can I go down? Yeah, I don't know if I can actually get back. Oh, there I am. So I need to fix that so that we don't go through the ceiling anymore. That would make it feel more like we're in a cave than just sort of jumping through the roof. So yeah, so we started working on this area yesterday, and we need to sort of get back to it. You can jump back out of there. So you do have the ability to traverse the world, which I feel pretty happy about at this point. Like, it's nice that you can, you know, go back and forth between screens. It feels like you're actually playing a game. The frame rate looks a lot better on my screen than it does on the stream. I think that the 30 FPS on the stream recording makes it a bit choppy. I'm going to try to fix up some of that stuff as well before the next game jam, so that I can do 60 FPS streaming, so that you have a better sense of how all the stuff is looking. But for now, I think I'm pretty satisfied with how things are going. Let's see, can I actually go this way? Yeah, cool. Whoa, okay, that stream connection did not work the way it was supposed to. All right, so what we're gonna do now is work on the ability to place the items that you need to pick up in any screen, I suppose. So there would be one item per zone, so you're sort of looking for a single stone that you have to pick up per zone of the game. There's 4 zones, but we're only gonna work on the one zone for now. The idea is that instead of having it as part of the map data, let me fix this. Okay, whoops. System Crafter's background showed up. Let's see. There we go, go away. Anyway. And we're not gonna put it in the world data. We're actually gonna have a separate list that has that information. Mainly because it's a bit more efficient to deal with, and it would give us the ability to implement that one idea that I had as a mechanic, where there's a button you can press that will sort of tell you with an audio cue sort of which direction you should be going to find the item. So we won't get that done. I didn't get an audio system added just yet, but that's something I might do off stream also. Really depends. I might stream some of this stuff just as like one-off streams at some point, but it's hard to find a schedule for streaming these days in the week that also works for, you know, people who might want to see it, like people in the United States. Okay, so if I go back to the game design section of the document here, I had written this section called Placing the Stones, and this README is on the repository, which is at github.com/GGO2022 call the stones. If you just go to the github.com/fluxharmonic page, you'll see that repo there. And in the README, I mentioned that, have I not pushed this? I swear I pushed that last time. Why is it not up to date? Make vertical portals work. Yeah, weird. I don't know why that wasn't pushed. Okay. Yeah, all this stuff is here. So if you want to take a look at some of the thinking and the design of the game, you can check that out at the repo. But placing the stones. Each zone will have a stone that you need to collect to bring back to the starting screen. Each zone will be placed in a specific location and won't be randomly selected, at least for now. And the game engine knows the location of all the stones regardless of which map you're on. So it's not stored in individual screen data. It's actually a list that's stored somewhere else. And then if you press the listen button, which would be bound to K, then a sound should play to direct you toward the nearest stone. And it should be panned based on where you are in relation to the in relation to the stone, which does imply that we would have to have a coordinate system for the entire world so that you could say where the stone should be in the coordinate system. That way, you know, if you're in this screen, then and the stone is down here, then you would be able to, you know, triangulate correctly. But we don't have that problem right now, and I don't have audio, so the best I could do probably is having a visual indicator on the screen, which might be enough. It might be useful to have that. So let's add that as a to-do list item. Since we can't play audio, we'll try to add a visual indicator for the K button to direct the player to nearest stone. So I think we need two things. Track overall world position for each screen. So for each screen, the screen probably also needs additional information about what the world position of that screen is. If I go into one of the screen asset files, let's say the starting screen 3.1. So this is basically just a normal text-based format where we say, if we have a little indicator that this is a map file, and then the name of the screen, also the size of the screen, which I put there in case we had time to make it scrollable, but we didn't have time for that, so this is kind of useless at the moment. And then the background color of the screen, which we're currently not using, and then the individual tile map data for the whole screen, and then the list of, wow, that's so loud. Hello to Memeish 1903. Can I turn that down? Where's the chat? Yeah, I don't have like an audio indicator for that. It's so loud. Hello to Nicholas. Or Nicholas. I don't know how you might pronounce your name. Anyway, that's the portal information here. So if I were to add another indicator of where this is in the world, like if you imagine looking at this world, this would be like 0, 0, and this would be 2, 0, I guess, 0, 1, 2. Then you could have a sort of a overall world XY coordinate for each of these screens, but you would have to enter that into the screen data file so that you can keep track of where you are in the world for each of these screens. It would also be helpful because the list of stones that we have are also going to have world locations. So the location should be screen 5.1 for the stone that we're going to try to put in today, but that's the name of the screen that it appears on. Actually, the location would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. So that would be like the world coordinate effectively, and then it would have to have a coordinate inside the screen as well. So we do need to have information about how bad is the stream hitching right now. I can see every now and then it has a little bit of a glitch. Okay. So we'll have to get the world coordinate system working, and then update all of the screen files to add the world location for each of them, which is not too bad. In fact, we can just go do that right now. If I go back to the piece 3.1, I'll go back to piece 1.1, and we'll probably put this, let's see, maybe right after the name. We'll have to update our saving and loading logic for that, but that's okay. So this would be 0. No, it's not 0, 0. In fact, it's where is it? 0, 1, 2. So it's 2, 2, 0. In fact, since I'm already reading this as multiple digits, maybe I should just break up these lines a little bit so that it's more obvious what it refers to. I don't want to make it too much harder for myself, but let's see what we can do with this. So 2, 0. Same thing for this file. We'll drop in 3, 0. So 1, 1. Oh no, that's wrong. 1, 1, 1, 2. This would be 2, 1. I believe. Yeah. So this would be 0, 1. Wait, this is the 3, 1 file. No, that's wrong. 3, 1 is 1, 2, 3. That's 5, right? Maybe I should be naming the files also with respect to the world position, so it's not so confusing. I might have to do that in a second, because otherwise we're gonna get really confused. So let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 0, 4, 0. We're gonna change these also, and then I'll go rename the files after. Wow, I think I had all this stuff incorrectly labeled, because even the file names are different compared to what I expect them to be. So if this is 1, 2, I just need to add 2 to the number, right? 0, 1, 2. So it's 2, right? 2, 1. This is super confusing. Piece 1, 2 is 2, 1. 0, 1, 2, 1, right? So it's 2, 1. That's actually the location of the screen. And let's go ahead and change them all. Then I'll rename all the files. Okay. So go back to this. We'll say this is 2, 0. All right. So now this is 2, 1. I'm going to call this one 3, 0 and have 3, 0 here. I'll join those lines. Then this is going to be 3, 1. Ooh, I have to update all the portals too. R3, R1, 3, 1. Did I do something? Okay, no, that's right. All right, and then this is going to be 4, 0. 4, 0, 4, 4, 0. Whoops. Join those lines. And then we're going to use 4, 1. I can't be right. Can it? Oh, okay. I had bugs in some of these files, obviously. 4, 1. And this is going to be 5, 0. And this is going to be 5, 1. I mean, I guess I could figure this out by reading the screen name. Does it make sense to even have these two pieces of information in the file? Because it just makes things a lot harder to deal with. Maybe I should just change that and not have the name in the file and just go based on the file name itself. Because we're duplicating information 3 times now, so. Let's do that. I'll go into the game logic as well. Modules, stones, game. So we have the ability to set the current screen using a screen name. So if we load screen, screen name, screen path. In fact, load screen, in theory, we could just have it take a screen name and it will load the right path because it knows what the path convention is. Trying to see if that's how I want to do things. I kind of don't like it whenever components have too much knowledge. It'd be better if this was a path, but if I do it just as a path, then we also have to have screen name as a parameter. Do I use load screen anywhere else? Okay, so game event handler. But then again, I have other places where I'm having to do the same string append. Maybe I can just solve this by having a helper function. How about this? Define screen name to path. So screen name. Then I'll go just grab this little string append and then drop it in here. I probably need to pull in, we already have mesh string here, and do I use anything else for that? No, okay. The screen name to path, load screen would also want to take the screen name. And we also need to get rid of the string number, read line port. Well, how was I doing that before? For read color. Okay, so read color. Maybe I can just clone this function. And yeah, that's not so easy. Okay, maybe I'll revert that change because I don't want to have to mess with that right now. So when we go back and fix the files, I'll go fix all those lines, put them back on separate lines again so that we don't have to change how we read and save those files. We do need to remove the name check. So instead of the name, I'll just take screen name here. And that should be enough. Then save screen. Is that what it's called? Screen file path. Write out the screen name. We're not going to write out the screen name anymore. We're just going to save it to the file. Save screen. Well, save screen. Maybe save screen should just say what the screen is and it figures out the file path itself. So file path would be set up. File path is screen name to path. Wow. Thanks, Lisp. Path. I should really look into using par edit, I think. And then the screen name, screen. Now this port, since I don't have let star at the moment, I unfortunately have to do it this way. Set port. And that should allow me to load the port with the file name that was set up in the let. Okay, so save screen and load screen now both seem to have the right thing. I guess I could just do the same thing for load screen here too, but why should an external component have to know how to get the file path, right? Is screen name to path, screen name. All right. So we solved that problem. Let's go back into game. Load screen now just wants the screen name. We also should change the screen name to be related to the position. And I also need to go back to screen and add world X, world Y. The X position in overall world space. I don't know if tab's gonna work there. Nope. Oh. All right. Let's just copy some space here. Yeah, whoa. Okay, whatever. I'll just leave it there. It's fine. Change this. So I'll want to split up when I load the screen with a screen name parts, what is it? String split. Let's look for string split. I know I probably use it in this file. String split. I think I have a way to pass a delimiter in there. And let me check the implementation. So if I go to deps, mesh lang, mesh modules, no, components, compiler, modules, mesh, string. String split, split predicate. Okay, so there's a predicate, great. String split, screen name. Oh, you know, I added character literals to the language now. How am I implementing this? String split. String equals C. Does string split still work like that? Okay, it's just getting substring. Fine. Probably should just do a string ref and get the character out, but we'll do that another day. Maybe I should add it to my to-do list. String split should pass a character to the predicate instead of a substring question mark. I'm not sure if that's actually right, but okay. So now back to string split that I was using before. We're going to split on the string name using a hyphen. So what we want is to split that name like, you know, piece 1, 2 into 3 parts. And then the second 2 parts I'm going to use to pull out the world position. So then world X would be the catter. I think I have a catter. Okay, world X would be catter of the name parts. It also needs to be string to number. And same thing for world Y. This would actually be a cadder, however you would want to say that, of name parts. Where do I have catter defined? Catter object, okay. So, I mean, I'm just gonna do this now because it's kind of needed, but this needs to be implemented better in the language. So we'll just say cadder here. That's just to get us down to the third element list. Hello, code with Amrit. So now I think we're able to split up the name of the screen and get the world position out of it. That's going to be helpful because it will keep us from having to encode that in 3 different places. So I'll go to screens. We'll start back over at 1, 1. Actually, we should probably start on this side and rename the file first. So this 5 would be a 6. It would be 6.1 instead. So I'm going to rename this to piece 61.stm. Rename this to piece 60.stm. Now with both of these files, I can go in and just take out that one line because we don't need that name anymore. We're just getting it from another source. Same thing right here. Now for piece 4.2, this is going to be piece 51.stm. This is going to be piece 50.stm. And we'll take out this line, we'll take out this line, and we'll also put these back on separate lines. Same thing here, these on separate lines. This will be piece 41.stm. This will be piece 40.stm. Drop this line, delete these 2 lines. And then this one, drop these 2 lines. Okay. Here, this is 3.1, piece 3.1.stm, piece 3.0.stm. Delete, drop down. Almost done here. well, we're almost done with the renaming part. We also got to do with updating all the portal links between. Okay. So now we've renamed all the files 201, 301, 401, 501, 601. That should all be right, and that's all based on this layout here. So this would be 00. In fact, let me just add a little bit of text to the screen so we can kind of see what we're looking at. So 00, and bring the font size down some. Hey now. 40. That's better. 30. Okay. We'll move this a little bit up here. So this is 00. And then, oh, don't do that. So this is 00. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 8, 5. This will just make the font size 30. Just, you know, doing this for our own reference. I can move this right there. Save the file. Okay, so now I'll go into each of these files, update their portal locations. So 2.1 is going to be, so this is 2.0, it's going to be 3.0 because we're moving to the right from the leftmost screen. I know my voice is cracking like I'm a 13-year-old now. And then, which screen is this? Okay, yeah. Going to be 3.1. Okay. I don't like that we have to edit these manually. It's a little bit annoying. So this would be to the right, which is 4.0. This would be 2.0. This would be, if this is going up, no, it's going down, right? So this is going to 3.1, okay? This is going to 3.0. That's the up portal that we have. This is going to, that's going left. So it's going to go to, that right? 2? Okay, it just happens to be right, but I think it's wrong, actually. Or at least for the old map information. That's probably what we saw earlier when we were walking around, when it put us to the wrong place. This is 4.0, so we want to go to 5.0 or 3.0. This one we want to go to 3.1 or 5.1. This one we want to go to 4.0 or 4.0. Sorry, 6.0. 666. How about that? This one goes to 4.1 and 6.1. This one goes only to 5.0. This one goes only to 5. Oh, apparently I had something wrong here. This needs to be 1 for now. We're gonna have to change some of these in a minute once we start implementing the world logic. What we're doing right now is worthwhile though, because it's actually gonna make our life a whole lot easier in just a minute. So, This is 6-1. We only have a portal going to the left, so we're going to delete the right portal, and we're going to have this be 5-1. I think this also needs to be called right and not right portal. So there was definitely something wrong in this file. I think we're good. Now, if I go back to game.msc, 3-1 is not the right starting screen. If we looked at the game here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. So 4, 0 would now be the correct starting screen. So 4, 0. Let's start up the game and see if it actually works. Okay, so we got one little problem here with how we load the game data, I think. Undefined variable portal, that's in screen.msc line 63. So screen.msc line 63. Oh, yes, that's correct. Screen name. So let's just do that. Thank God I got line numbers working again. Okay, so this is screen 4.0, loaded correctly. And let me jump around a little bit and see where we can head. Okay, so we got one little problem here. Expected kind object kind port for argument 0. That's line 206. What did I mess up here? So there's file path. And somehow the port didn't get open correctly. I wonder if it failed to open. It would be good to know what file path it actually is trying to load. Oh, we got it written out right here. So, screens, assets, asset screens is twice. Okay, I think that's because in here, assets/screens, we're doing the wrong thing. We should just be doing screen name directly. So let's just get rid of this whole let, I think. Whoops. What did I just do? Deleted the whole file, apparently. Okay. And we will take all of this out. We only need screen name. We don't need screen path anymore. So set current screen, screen name, current screen. That's wrong. This needs to be load screen. I wonder if I had checked in a bug yesterday with that. All right, so that does work. And what else? Checking on the stream right now, because I keep seeing, yeah, I see the video stopping every now and then. I can tell you in OBS that it's happening. I think it's because I have too much CPU usage on the streaming machine. Okay. Also, assets/screens. Anytime we mention this assets screens, we just got to get rid of it. Save screen, current screen. In fact, here, save screen will take care of itself. All right, screens. We've got another one here, load screen. We will take this and drop it right here, and then delete this whole little bit. I'm feeling better about this already. And screens, screens, screens. All right, cool. So this should be better now. Let's run it and see what happens. We'll go to the left and see if we can navigate to the next screen. Here we go. That's the right place. And we'll go down and see if the down portal works correctly this time. Okay, that looks good. Then if we go over to the left, this should be going to 2-1. Did not find right portal. Okay, I got some wrong portal names in some of these files apparently. 3-1. Yeah, right portal is incorrect. Let me search for right portal across all files. Yeah, I got a few that are wrong here. I'll pull these into a list. And wow. Yeah. So here I want to use wgrep mode and change all these right portals to just to right. And then hit ZZ. No. Cancel ZZ. Thank you. All right. So hopefully that changed all of them so that now they are correct. And then we'll go back here, run mesh again. Now we got to go back to that same screen. Hey, Slalom Skater. Nice to see you. Happy Sunday to you as well. All right, let's jump down and see if we can get over to this other screen. It should be 2.1. All right, that's 2.1. This screen hasn't been designed yet. Let's see if we can get to 1.1. Nope. So what's going on with 2.1 there? 2.1, that's incorrect. This should be, oh, no. We need 2 portals. Interesting that it didn't have one. Okay, so our portal to the right, going to 3.0, that makes sense. This one should have both, so it needs 2 portals. It should have one going to the right and one going to the left. Left would be 0, 17. This would go to 1, 1. What about 1? Oh, is there? Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. I was wrong. Okay, so that is actually correct. What I had in there. I just forgot that 2, 1 was the end. So I probably should just draw a wall there. Save all. Okay. I need to undo the changes I made in this file though, because it's wrong. Okay, so that's back to normal. Also, let's check 2.0, make sure I did that right. Okay, that also looks right. Okay. So it seems we're doing okay. Let's do another thing. So we'll have a list of stone locations. Okay, we already have this. Great. So for stone locations, we actually want to have the pair be first. And we had said in the past, I think I need other information here as well. So not just the world position. I also need the map position where the thing should show up. So let's check out what I had. So 5.1 in the map, it actually is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. So 6, 0 is where this one's going to be. 0, 6. I keep hitting something wrong. And then cave 1.1. So cave 1.1 would actually be cave 0.2. We may need to comment these out for a while though, because it may be useless. Tech 2.3. The tech area is this one on the right. So this would be 2.3. I assumed it would be here, but this is actually going to be 8. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0, 1, 2, 3. So 8.3. And then for the lava area, which is the bottom area, it's supposed to be 3.1, which would be 3.1. So it'd be right here. This would be 5. Let's see. 8, 7, 6, 5. It's like 5, 5, I think. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 5. All right. And what we would do is if they press the button that allows you to see or hear the location of the nearest stone, we would just sort of see which of these positions are nearest and then show an indicator on the screen. Maybe for now we'll just make these be const pairs inside the list. I actually read const pairs like that. I don't remember if I have it set up. Oh, run mesh. Okay, that seems fine. All right, so we have the stone locations. And this is cave. This is tech. This is lava. Okay, so now we have locations encoded in a way where we can actually check where they were close by. Maybe anytime I enter a screen, I could potentially calculate what the closest stone location is. That would require, maybe I'll just do it when I press the button. So where am I checking for the jump button? I think it's in the controller code. So if I go to input.msc, I already have a binding for listen. Is it already set up? K, I'm binding that to the listen command. So it should work. What about... Am I just checking the state of the controller at that point? I'll have to look at that in just 1 second. Okay, so controller inside of player.msc. Player controller is in the player file. It kind of feels like the wrong place, the wrong level of abstraction. Wait 1 second. Just checking on something. Okay, I just had to load something up on the other screen here. Okay. So the player controller is in the player class. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is responsible for handling it whenever the controller or the player is holding the K button to listen? This is something that has to be pulled every frame. This doesn't seem like it should be the responsibility of the player itself. The player module it should be part of the game. But the controller actually is owned by the player module. But if I change this to where when I create the player, I just give it a controller, maybe that's the right way to do this. This is dirty. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it for the sake of expediency. It's a game jam after all. Now in game, I'm going to define controller as create controller. Maybe I'll put this up in the input section. So now I have a controller object, and inside of the let's see, update player. We're in quit state, exit the loop by returning nil. Check if the player is listening for stone locations. So what I'll do here is, let's see, in player, controller, recontroller. Interesting that I have that commented out. I've already done that too. I've got a lot of comments here that are out of date. Controller jump. Okay, so if controller listen, then we need to have a way to render the closest location. We have to find it first, obviously, but Excuse me. So there's a couple things I want to do with this. First of all, I want to render a square on screen, indicating the direction of the nearest stone. Maybe it fades in and out as you hold the button. I don't know. It doesn't need to be fancy, obviously. It just needs to be an indicator, at least to help us with development. And then, you know, until we have sound, it gives the player something to use as a cue. So to keep the state of this, it would be nice if we had a time where when you started holding it down, and also the position that we found. So maybe we have define listen start. I'm trying to think of the right way to do this. I mean, obviously just having a yes or no would be enough. But I don't want to check the controller state twice. I want to have some other value for indicating that it should be rendered. Listen icon position. We'll have it be false at first, but then maybe we'll have just a position. And when the position is set, it just gets drawn on screen in that position. And the position would be cardinal points with diagonals, basically. You know, northwest. The value won't be these, but like the position would actually represent those. So northwest, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west. So just those positions, like. It's going to show up in one of the corners or sides of the screen, basically, so that you can tell sort of which direction you should be heading. So the icon position will tell you that. Define nearest stone location. So we don't really know what it is yet, but we can at least keep it. I mean, is it helpful? Maybe it's not helpful. Maybe if you just press the button, it should always tell you. It should just recalculate it. So let's see. Screen by name. I don't think we use screen by name anymore, so let's delete that function. And then maybe we can have define find nearest stone for the current screen. So find nearest stone would just look through the list of stones. Loop, no, let loop nearest F. And then inside of this, we would have to have the X and Y position. So screen, world, X, screen. Because I don't want to have to keep, calling out for that. Same thing for Y. Now, for each stone, we also need to have the stone positions, stone locations. Okay. So now we have a loop that we can follow. So if nearest is F, then we're just going to set nearest to whatever value is. So if, let's call loop. This is just going to be a simple recursive loop. X, Y. If nearest, then car locations. That's the else case. If nearest, then we have to do a check here, like whether the location of the current. So that would be car locations, the car of the car and the footer of the car. That gives us the X and Y position. So we need to check both of those. Should we do like a distance calculation? Doesn't that require like square roots and stuff? I don't remember math. I think it's like, yeah, you square, yeah, you subtract x2 from x1, square that, same thing for the y, and then you take the square root. Okay. That's what I thought it was. Okay, so if I do that, I need a power function and a square root function, which I don't currently have, but I can add that fairly easily. So let's just write out the code for that. I kind of need, it'd be nice to have a function that I could call out to. So define distance, calculate distance. I don't know, calculate distance. Point A, point B, and those would be const pairs. Kind of need to have some point record types so that I can have this set up more easily, but we'll deal with that another time. I got some thoughts on how I would do that efficiently, but I can't do that now. So we're calculating the distance. This would be square root of the power of car point B, sorry, to 2. It's also, we're gonna add these, right? It's like you, whoa. All right, wait. Yeah. Okay. So that's plus. Yep. All right, so we're gonna do this. So we add together the squared subtraction of car point A and point B. Actually, I should just copy this because we need to fix what I did there. And this is going to be the cooter. All right, now I need to add those functions. So let's go to the math module in Mesh. Let's see, source, math. Go add these here. I'll just copy this one, square root. What does scheme actually say about that? So R7RS. I need to be at least somewhat consistent with what scheme does. Give me the PDF. Okay, square root 4. So exact integer square root. What about, is that exponent? Oh, they're talking about just integer results. I think square root actually is for floating point numbers, so I kind of do want that. Here we go. We're in the square. Okay, it returns the square of z. This is equivalent to z times z. Okay, so if I just have square and square root, that's good enough to start with. Okay, I'm not going to do any of the kind of funky stuff there. Do we have like an exponent though? Okay, z1 raised to the power z2 for non-zero z1. That's a little bit more general. Exponent and square root. And we'll take just this. Drop it down here. Square root needs to have one parameter. And then we're going to use, let's see, c square root. I'm sure there's a square root function. Okay, it takes a double in. That's great. Square root as number. That's right. Am I missing a parenthesis? Yep. All right, now we need the exponent function as well. This needs to be 2 arguments. And then, hey Alejandro, nice to see you. Oh, there's pow. Is that what it is? Computes the power of a number. Base value, power value. Okay, that's what I want. Okay. That should do it. So we got exponent, we got square root. Let's go back into game.msc. We can change both instances of pow here to exponent. And that should be good. We should be able to calculate the distance between 2 points. So now back in this case, we can say calculate distance, which is going to give us a number. If calculate distance of the current location which is between, let's see, actually maybe what I want here is to do a const of these 2 values. That way I always have a const in hand. Let's delete those 2, pull those lines up, and clone this line, and then change, whoops, change that to Y. Okay. World position nearest. And we'll do the const of, oh no, actually it's the car of location. That's also a const pair. But since we're dealing only with const pairs, it's much easier now. So we have to do the if check here. If nearest is less than the other, then we give nearest. Otherwise, we give car locations. And I think we can collapse this logic as well. Let's move this down. Let's flip it actually. So if that may not be so easy. So if nearest is not set, we need to automatically pick car locations. Let's leave it as it is for now. Maybe it's fine. So if nearest, then we need to check the distance between nearest and the first item in the locations list. Otherwise, just give it the first item in the locations list. For X, Y, we will pass in world position, and I apparently put a open paren there when I didn't need to. Then also here we will say cdr locations. We also need to put a guard on the loop. If pair locations, then if it's not a pair anymore, then we just return the nearest. So that will give us the nearest stone location. Once we have that, we need to define calculate listen location, stone location. So that's going to be based on Well, you know, calculate distance. No, we don't want that. Technically speaking, I think that value, let's not worry about that. Right now, I am trying to calculate the distance to the, or calculate which is the nearest stone to the current player location so that I can show an indicator on the screen that sort of points them in the right direction. So first of all, I need to find what the nearest stone is to their current world location. And then once I have that, I can figure out which part of the screen to put it on. So screen X if, see, calculate listen location, stone location. So we have the stone location, and we know what the closest would be. We know what the world position is. Screen world X. Screen world X is less than car stone location. Then let's just do like -1 and 1 at this point. Then we'll figure out how to make that into the right thing. Or 0. 0 is fine. Okay, so if screen world X is less than if screen world X is less than the stone location, then that means it's to the right of you. So it would need to be, what is it, screen width? We have screen width somewhere. Let's just call it 1. That's actually better. All right, and then otherwise, if screen world, wow, doing a great job here, is greater than car stone location, then that means that it's going to be 0. So it means we're ahead. So I'm just trying to find which part of the screen I should be placing this indicator based on where the nearest stone is. So if you are directly to the right, and once one screen to the right of the stone, then you should get an indicator on the left side of the screen that shows you that you need to go to the left to find it. Basically like that. Probably should just store this in a cons pair and not do this let and not do this screen X thing. So we just, trim that down, and we'll do the same thing for the Y axis. So here, this would be Y, and this would be Cooter. This would be Cooter, this would be Y. So if screen world, Alejandro says, why don't you abstract the values and decide according if the value is positive or negative? I could do that. Subtract, you said. Yes, subtract is correct. Would it be the same? If I subtract here, then it's still going to be greater than or equal to 0. So if screen X is 3, and stone x is 4. I could do that, but my brain is not going to chew on that at the moment. So I'm just going to continue with this path, and then we can make it more elegant once we get that figured out. I just want to make sure my logic is correct. So if screen world x is less than the location, then it needs to be 1. Otherwise, if it's... then maybe it should just be f. Okay, it will be f in either case. Good, good. That's right. That's what I want. So if greater than screen world x, our stone location, yes, okay. And then if screen world y, this would need to be 1 and 0, I think. No, is that right? If the world y is greater than the location, then it needs to be, yes, it needs to be 0, this needs to be 1, right? Same. Okay. Now we'll call that a vector because I need to multiply it by the screen size. Listen vector. Not really a vector per se because it's not negative or positive, but you know what I mean. So now that we have that, let's go back and see what state we have. So when the player presses or holds, where is it? Controller listen. If controller listen and not listen vector, then I need to calculate it. So what did I say? Calculate listen vector. And I also need to do the nearest position. Find nearest stone. Come on, I can't type. Nearest stone. What was that? Screen. Okay, so is it current screen? Probably don't even need that. Direction equals your position minus stone position. Yes, definitely. But I'm trying to actually come up with just a sort of a relative location on the screen to draw it. So I'm trying to avoid having to do extra calculations once I have that. I know it seems simplistic, but maybe it will just work. So render a square on the screen. Yeah, whatever. So when we have the listen vector, we can set the listen vector to be that. Otherwise, we should clear the listen vector. So we should, in fact, maybe... I don't want to do this every frame. I want to only do it when it's necessary. So if listen vector, it's a lot of checks. I don't want to have to deal with that. So if not listen vector, yeah. Maybe let's change this. I'm gonna paste this in. No, not that. So if controller listen vector, listen controller, I think I want to change this. So let's do it this way. If listen vector, well, yeah. Alejandro says, I understand better the logic whenever I don't calculate in the same expression where I compare. Maybe, yeah. So we set the listen vector. if the button is held. Otherwise, we don't calculate it again. We just wait until they release the button. Also, if the controller is not pressed, then we need to clear the listen vector. So in this case, we would just set it to false. So hopefully that simplifies the logic a bit. All right, so we could try to do this now. It's not gonna show anything on the screen yet, but at least we could try to see if it crashes. What just happened? Oh, okay, so number 23, I need to put in the stones input library. Run it again. Okay, we got a crash. Expected 1 arguments, we got 0, line 79. Create player, I need to pass in the controller here. All right. So, I'm gonna press K. Crash, cool, that's fine. Undefined variable square root, that's probably because I need to pull, oh, mesh math is here. Ah, I have not recompiled the code, okay. So let's recompile. You know, we don't really need the REPL at the moment, so I could go back to using the compilation buffer. Let's try this. Now we have our math functions. If I press K, crashes, maybe for a different reason this time. Undefined variable screen, that's at line 108. Screen, calculate listen vector, stone location. Okay, we'll do that. Calculate listen vector, we'll say current screen. I do like that better. Find nearest stone. Yep. Let's see what happens now. Press K. All right, so it didn't complain. So maybe I can at least write out what the nearest one is. So display nearest is. And if I do a new line, okay. Try that. 6060. That seems right. What if I go over this way? Still 60. If I go down here. Oh, nice. Okay, so we got a different result this time. Nice, I like that. We go over to this side, this should be 4-1. Now 6-0 is the nearest again. Cool. I like it. Now, since we know that we can do this, we can try to render the marker on the screen. That will give us a way to sort of find our way to where the nearest stone would be. Once we have the listen vector set, in the render function, we could render a rectangle in that general vicinity. Render, let's see, render game. After all this stuff, we're going to if listen vector, render rectangle, render, what is it? Render draw rect, render. Let's see. Go into player, draw rect. Let's just copy this. The color, we'll just say this is going to be RGB 00255 until we find a better color. The size, let's call it 42. No, 48. I don't know. The location is what we have to calculate now. That's based on the listen vector. This may be the point where we decide how we change our calculation of this, because we kind of need to waste less time when we need to draw it. But then again, we're not going to be drawing this all the time. Maybe it doesn't matter too much. All right, so if the car of listen vector. If car listen vector, that's the x-axis, if it's set, then we're going to multiply it by the screen width. That's going to give us either screen width. I want a little bit of padding. So if I can add, let's say we add, come on. Listen vector times screen width, add padding of, let's say, 50, and then subtract 100 from screen width. That should give me some padding. Otherwise, do I want the distance in pixels across multiple screens? No, I just want it to just be in one of the sides of the screen, just the indicator that shows up. So it's just a cardinal location, effectively. All right, so listen vector times screen width minus 100 plus 50. If that is if it's set. So maybe I need to change this value here then. So let's not do that. Let's do this. Or, that's much better. Okay, so we got the or here. Or car listen vector. 0.5. Okay, so that's going to be, listen vector is going to be either 0 or 1. But if I give it 0.5, it will put it in the middle of the screen. That seems like what I want. And then we'll do the same thing for the y-axis. If the cdr of listen vector and the screen height. All right, let's see if that works. We're gonna press K. Ooh, crashy. Operands must be numbers, line 306. So which one do you think is not a number? The car of the listen vector? If listen vector. Let's just write that out. And display vector. Whoa, something happened. How did I break the renderer by doing that? That's weird. That must be a weird language bug or something. All right, let's do it separately. I don't know, kind of lame. All right, let's see what it wrote out. 1F. Well, that seems right. With 312 right here, screen width. Is screen width not set? Can't be right. I'm using it, aren't I? Oh, window width. Okay, it's another one of those instances where it doesn't tell me that there's a variable that doesn't exist. Window width, window height. Okay. Run it again. Press K. Still crashing. Draw rect 564. I wonder if the color is not being passed through correctly somehow. Oh, wait a second. There's too many parameters to that function. Interesting color problem. Okay, now you see that the little blue box showed up. I don't know why the background's not rendering anymore. But if we go down to the next level, looks a lot different with that black background. It looks like I'm on the moon or something. Now if I press, yeah, okay, that's sort of what I have in mind. If I press K, then you see this blue box show up here, but the padding is not working correctly on the y-axis, it seems. Window height minus 100. That's really weird that it doesn't draw the background rectangle color anymore. Something's wrong about that. Let's do this. Listen icon color. We'll go define that up here somewhere. Probably won't help. Who knows why it helps? Can't tell you. Also, probably need to subtract the width of the box, width and height of the box. So let's just add some more variables to use. Define listen icon size. I said 48. And in this calculation, listen vector window width 100. Wonder if this is a thing that needs to be affected by that. If I could just factor in, maybe let me just make it a solid 50. And I can juice the calculations a little bit. So let's say this is like minus 125. So if it's 0, it's going to get, wait, hold on. Yeah, this is not scaling correctly, I think. It's a little bit lazy, so it doesn't scale right. That position looks fine to me, I think, more or less. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's stop printing out vector. Kind of want that to fade in and out, but it's kind of pointless to do that, I think. Okay. So that's good. That gives us a little indicator of where the closest stone is to pick up. Very primitive, but whatever. It does a trick. Next, let's try to get picking up a stone to work so that we can pick it up and try to bring it back to the main location in the game. And since we now have the details about where in the world the stone is, then I can also have details about where the stone would be on that screen, so we can start making that determination at some point. So if I know what the nearest location is, if I find, like, when I enter a screen, if I can say that, okay, we're in the screen where a stone is, then if I also have a position where the stone is on the screen, I can have those here together, and then I can tell the screen where the stone should be displayed. And then the player can pick it up, and then they would have that more or less in their inventory of what they picked up. So define held stones, which would be an empty list. There might need to be some kind of identifier for each stone, I would guess. So maybe... Wow, what did I just do? Let's say cave back lava. I'll have to change the logic that I just added. And when I say what the held stones are, I mean, I could remove from stone locations the one that we found, which I can do by knowing the name of the stone once we pick it up. So I can take that out of the list and then put it in the held stones list. And then when you go to the location, then whatever is in your held stones list gets placed. All right, so I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll come back and try to get the stone to display on the right screen. Try to provide a pathway to get to that screen, and then see if we can, make the trek back again to place it where it needs to go. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue our work on that. All right. So let's see. What we'll do is let's just walk over, or at least see if we can walk over to the screen. And we need to make a pathway to the first screen at 6-0. So let's just see if we can sketch this out really quick. What I do want is for this starting screen that you're at, there needs to be a wall. So I'm going to drop into edit mode real quick. I'll set the tile to 0. Then I'm going to clear this wall off. But I want this to be kind of a wall all the way up so that you know that you can't actually walk past this. I don't know what this wall is supposed to be or what it's supposed to represent, but it's definitely going to keep you from making it over to this next screen, because I want you to be able to go around. You can sort of imagine this is like a mountain or something. And in theory, you shouldn't be able to climb up that. So save it real quick. Oh no, what happened? Okay, I think I screwed up. It's good that I figured that out now. Which is this is in screen 144. Okay, I don't have a file path yet. That's fine. Let's put this inside right here. Do that too. A little bit ugly, but that's fine. All right, let's go back. I'm gonna try to save one more time before I... Okay, it saved it. Saved it the right file. That's good. Now let's just draw that line all the way up again. Then just sort of do some lines going down. So save it. Okay, now I'll go back into play mode. I can sort of jump up the wall a little bit, but I can't actually get all the way up there. So that's cool. And this little pyramid where we start, I kind of want to move it a little bit so it's not so off center, but that's okay. So when I go back to that screen, that's still there because that's actually been saved in the game data file. Can I replicate this? I'd like to just fix that real quick. So how many squares was that? 1, 2, 1, 2. And this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So okay, so that would be right there. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2. Now I'm going to press 0 to clear off the tile, and then I'm going to draw this here. All right, let's save that. Also, I'm going to move a little bit so I can make things a little bit more interesting. In fact, I didn't even need to change modes for that. Well, no, let's leave it the way it is for now. I'm going to leave it there because I want to not have to touch the portal positions. It would be really nice if we could edit portals interactively, but we can't do that very easily at the moment. So we're just going to have to stick with this. I also kind of want to draw an indicator here to say that this is a place where you drop off the stones, but we don't have that set up yet. In fact, maybe I need to widen this thing a bit so that there is a... Let's see, an odd number so that there's like a center tile that you're standing on here. That 1, 2, 1, 2, that looks better. All right, so whenever you come up here, this would be the location where you would drop off the stone, just like right there. So I saved that, right? No, I saved it again anyway. Okay, so now I'm on this screen. And I'm gonna jump down. The idea is that you would jump down into this area. You would have to kind of go through a little bit of a maze to get over this way to go to screen 4-1. So let's try to sketch this one out a little bit more. We got plenty of time to try to build out the screens to make it look a bit more interesting than it does right now. So I don't actually intend for the player to get back up to this area to jump up again. I kind of want to funnel them in a particular direction. Oh, wow. I pressed K. Ah, yes, I screwed that up. I forgot to update the code to take into account the name in game.msc. Good thing I wasn't editing anything at that moment. Let's see. Stone locations. So in stone locations, I need to pick up the catter of locations. Wait. No. Is that right? So car of locations is the head of the list. That's not what I want. I want the cooter of the car of locations, which almost seems like I need a let in here to grab that item. Is the cooter of the car of locations. So then this could all be location. I hope this still works. The location is the cooter of the car of locations. Actually, it needs to be the catter of the car of locations because you want the front of that remaining list. Let me just press K here and see if it still works. Whoops. Okay, that doesn't work. I also need to set the right starting position for the player. Cooter is getting something that's null. It doesn't expect it. So in this list, each sublist, the car of the sublist. All right, so the car of the list is going to be a list. The car of the car is piece. The cooter of the car is the remaining list, and the car of the cooter of the car. I think that's probably what I'm doing wrong. So car of locations. Well, I think I'm grabbing that right now. So the car of locations would be the list that has the pair, sorry, the symbol and then the pair. I need to make sure that this is doing the right thing. So maybe I should write that out first. Car locations is the same as the name. No. Car of locations is the sublist that has that, and you need the car of the car. So let's try this. Begin. Display loc. Display car of locations. Display new line. Let's see what this gives me. If I press K. It says piece, so that's right. Now let's see what the cooter is. Cooter should be the list that contains the pair. Yep. Then if I get the car of that, it should be right. I don't know why catter is doing the wrong thing here, but let's take a look at that anyway. So if I press K, then it tells me that it's the pair. So what should I just do this? Something else I'm doing is wrong. Maybe I'm pulling something from somewhere else. Oh, I screwed up what I passed into the loop. This should be not location. This should be cooter of locations. That's probably what the problem was. Okay, now it's right again. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Uncle Bugsy says, does scheme not have catter, cadar, etc.? It does. I just don't have all of them implemented in my scheme implementation yet. Let's see. There's like an extension library that is defined in the scheme standard that has that. I can add them right now if I wanted to. I have cadar. Or I have catter, which you're going to see right now. This should be working correctly again. So press K, boom. All right, so it's all good. Now I need to fix this location. I don't remember exactly how I was setting that up. Let's take a look at the way I set up the game. Last save point. Okay, I don't have that yet, but I need to set that to a different value. We can figure out what that is by looking at the mouse position. So the mouse is at 1913. Okay. If I put 1913 here, then I'll be at the right place. That's cool. So we're at the starting location where you need to come back to. All right, everything seems to be working well. Now let's go back down into this screen so we can get back to what we were doing. So as I was saying, I don't really care about the player finding their way back up. Maybe they should have the illusion that they can get back up, but they really wouldn't in the end. So if they want to get to this next screen on the left, maybe they could go this way. But we haven't really thought about what that's going to look like yet. Probably can clear out a little bit there. Let's save it while we're going. I'm just making stuff up as I go here. I don't have any particular idea in mind about what this is supposed to look like, but you know, that's all the fun. So maybe that's something. I mean, some of these other little spots in here aren't really meaningful. I mean, they could have items that you could, you know, try to go get, but probably not worth trying to, you know, make it seem like it's too alive in here. You can't, well, you can get across there, but maybe there shouldn't be a pathway to do that. It's fine. Let's save it like that. Whoops. Yeah, I gotta fix that upward collision part. So you could go this way. I still need to set the portals up correctly. So this needs to go to the next screen. And that was one thing that was useful to have the REPL for, is so that we can actually jump to the next screen without having to do anything weird. Actually, now that we have the world set up in a sort of a global coordinate system for the screens, we could do a hotkey to move between screens. So maybe that's something I can add now. That would make things a lot easier. At least that you could move inside the same zone. So let's think about the best way to do this. I just want to be able to go through the screens and try to make them work. If I were to have a hotkey, I might make it like Control H or Control L to, you know, sort of like Vim key directions. So I could probably add that if I want to. Let's try it out. Yeah, I think we could probably make that work. I could even have it so that I could create a new file. That could be pretty useful if I can create a new file sort of to the left or to the right. Yeah, well, let's think about that for later. So the hotkeys for editing, handle. I think there is a editor key handler type thing. Key handler. All right, so if we're in editing state, if key down and control, yes, we want to check all of those. So maybe then we can have a list here, define editor key bindings. Let's see, const input key code S with a lambda for save screen, current screen. One for H. I have R also. Let's add the one for R. I already have a controller abstraction. I probably should use that, but whatever. Reload current screen. I think it's the one for that, right? That just a function? Yeah, let's just add it here directly. Reload current screen. And then for H, you have one for maybe move to screen. Maybe what I need is to have in the screen also the area. The area the screen belongs to. And when we do the string split down here, when we get the name parts, I can also use that for area. String to symbol car of name parts. But do I need to have a symbol for that, or could it just be a string? Maybe it's just a string. Okay. So now, screen area, screen. For H, I would say screen world X plus 1. I'm going to try to abstract this in a moment. Screen world Y. All right, so that's what would make it go to the... Nope, that'd be -1. -1. All right, cool. Alejandro says maybe also show the portals in editor mode. Yes, I do want to do that for sure. That will make things a lot easier. I would love to be able to edit that. I mean, realistically, a portal would only be going to one of the adjacent screens, but yeah, never mind. If I had enough time to make a full editor, this would all be easy, but we tried the UI thing, it didn't work so well, so we'll forget about that. We won't mention it. All right, so move to screen. Probably what I want is a delta instead. So what if I do this instead? Screen, and then the delta. That makes things a lot easier. And if I have a function called define move to screen, screen, move X, move Y. And let's make sure we spelled define correctly. Then I can sort of do what I was doing before. I can try to load a screen based on that. Yeah, Alejandro's giving me the shushing emoji. Thanks. Because we're not supposed to speak about the failed UI. Load screen. We can try to put together the screen based on the screen area of the screen. The number, in fact, we need to also have a dash here. Number to string of move X plus, let's just say screen world X plus move X. Same thing for the Y. We also need to have a hash there, or a, what you call that, a hyphen. Screen world Y. Now, maybe we don't want to do world screen yet, or sorry, load screen. Target screen, we're gonna put this there instead. Oops, let's take that and drop it right here. Okay, so we have the target screen. We want to check to see if the file exists first, I think. Otherwise, we shouldn't bother. Nothing failed. It just didn't go in the direction the development needed. Yeah, I think we had too many problems with the language for that to succeed at this time, but I'm gonna have something working before the next game jam for sure. Okay, target screen. We have the name of the target screen, so I can do screen name to path target screen. Make sure that I exported that. I did not export. I also need to say whether a file, like, was it path exists? Is that what I called it? Let's look in file. What is it? FS? Okay. Exists. Path exists. P. Path exists. All right. So back here, if path exists, then we will tell it to load the screen. Load screen, target screen. Otherwise, we'll say display screen does not exist. We'll throw a little begin in here. We need a print statement for sure, print function. Display screen, target screen. Okay, so that will tell us if the screen exists or does not exist. We still need to add a binding for left, right. So L would be moving to the right. J would be moving down. That would be a positive y-axis. K would be moving up, which is a negative y-axis. All right, so that should be enough to allow us to move around using Control and the Vim keys. Probably should be like Control Alt, but we're not gonna, go too far in this. So now with editor key bindings, I can change this logic to do a loop instead, just to see which key matches. In a perfect world, if I had a hash table data type, I would be able to just look up the key in a mapping, but I don't have that, so this is what we're gonna do. I do have the a seek function. I don't know how you would actually describe that, but it's sort of like an A-list lookup function. We go back to FS, Corda MSC, ASSQ. If the car of rest, yeah, okay. That gives you the pair at least. So we can comment this out and then say maybe we want to let binding seek editor key bindings, and the seek takes a key, which in this case would be our key goes first. Okay. The key would be the input event key code of input event. All right. Then once we have the binding, we can call the header of the binding. I just invoke it directly because it's a function. So invoke the binding function. All right, let's see if this works. It might crash and burn horribly. Go to edit mode, Control S. Okay. Object is not a pair, 8. Seems like an integer. Let's see if we can print out what the binding returns in this case. So, let's try it now. Found 83 in a lambda. It's just a plain old const. My bad. All good. Control S. Okay, so it did save in that case. Now, if we use Control H, that didn't work. Let's see why. Undefined variable screen 173. Okay, so screen needs to be current screen. I don't like that we're binding directly to current screen, but that's okay. Screen to current screen. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. All right, now we'll run it again. Tab, Control H. Still crashing. Screen requires a single record instance argument. Line 156. Okay, I need screen here and screen here. I think we're getting close. All right, so now Control H, still crashing. Path exists, 161. I don't think I pulled in FS yet. Okay, yeah, it's not here. Tab, Control H. Okay. It read the file. I think that's because I did not, whoops, I didn't set the current screen. I need to use set current screen instead. So if path exists, set current screen. And that should work. Yep. We're not setting it correctly. Okay, screen does not exist. Piece 1, 0. That's great. I'm going to use J to go down. Going to go left. Yep. Left, 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 up. Left doesn't work. Up doesn't work. Interesting that this bogus path got created. I need to look into that. Oh, where does it think I am? Okay, so at least it does work. I can navigate around the world, which is really useful now. But the player needs to end up in a reasonable position in each of those screens. Actually, since I'm in editing mode, I can right-click and put the player anywhere I want, so that's kind of nice. Okay, so it doesn't exist. It's kind of weird the way it's printing this out. Why is it doing an extra hyphen? Oh, it's passing a negative argument to file path. Yeah, great call on that. Thanks. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's legit. All right, so found. We can get rid of that. And we need to also check that one was found. So if binding, we can't just blindly execute that. Also, I think the key handler needs to return true if it executed something or false otherwise. So begin and then return T. Let's get rid of this because now we've abstracted it. Nice. If found. It's pretty obvious what this code's doing, so no need to belabor the point. Okay, so where we're at is now that we need to go ahead and start building out the rest of the map. Let's take a look. Go into edit mode. We're in this screen. This is y of 16. I need to make a comparable path over here. So if I go over to this next screen, we need to end up right here when we come into the room, I think. Alejandro says that code is clear to schemers, lispers. Yeah, I would hope so. So now, let me point at something really quickly. After I draw a little bit, I'm going to press Control S to save. I go over to the world layout file. 4.1 is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. We're right here. The location of the stone is up here. So I want to actually go across. Is that right? No. Interesting. So maybe what we could do is have it where you can go across into this room, but you can't go up from here. You actually have to go into this room and then loop back around into the previous room and then go up. So 4.1 is this one, right? So is this the one that needs to be the little loopy room? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that would be 5 here. So we start at this room, we go down, This can't be the right position though, can it? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I confused about where we're at? Let's save the room. Let's jump. Oh, wait. Clear. Save. Jump up. Okay, so 4, 0 is the starting room. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's fine. I mean, we kind of got some dead space over here, which sucks a little bit, but that's fine. Maybe what you could do is kind of go up or around to get down to the cave. Like have to go down and then around and then go down. Yeah, that could be fun. Okay, so then this is the starting location. If we jump down, then we're below here. We had to go this way to get down to here. So now in the next room, we're going to have 2 pathways. So this one doesn't have to be very complicated, this room, I think. Maybe it could require a little bit of platforming to, you know, jump across, time your jumps, that kind of thing. Let's see. So we enter the room. I haven't really experimented with the platforming mechanics yet to see whether any of this is really doable. Let me put the player right there. We'll save. So one nice thing about the way I've designed this so far is that it's easy to just test it out really quick. Okay, so I can jump that platform, but if I'm here, I can't jump up. I have to actually try again. So you can just jump across, maybe have a couple jumps you can do. That'd be kind of nice. I don't know if that's doable. Okay, so if I put myself right there. Okay, so it's a little bit too far. Oh, you can do it. Okay, nice. So you have to jump right at the edge. That's kind of nice. So now I can make some more little obstacle type situations here. Maybe you need to drop down. Or let's do it this way. Move the player here for a second. And also, we're going to just draw all this across because I want to make it clear that there's no way to get up. Oh, I'll just do there. What the hell just happened? Okay, it exited because I probably clicked outside. That's fine. At least I saved a little bit before that. All right, we're back here now. Let's see. I was drawing out all of this up here. Just got to be careful to not let the mouse leave the window at the moment. All right, I'll save that. And, oh, what I was saying before, is this the right screen for that, or is it a different one? So this is 4-1. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 1. This next screen is the one that I want it to be the more maze-like one. So let's just go back into this one. I can start drawing some tiles down to sort of give it more of a cave-like deal going on. Maybe some more. Oh, I did it again. Did I save it at least? Saved it somewhat. That's fine. Give it some stalagmites. Looks kind of like an Atari game at this point. Okay, Let's run a little bit through it and see what it feels like. Okay, you can sort of just cruise through here. You don't just walk in a straight line, which is nice. Ugh, yeah, with a jump like that, there's a bit of a problem now until I fix the algorithm. So maybe I should clear that out so that you can at least jump. I'll put a tile here instead. And then save it, and then I can try to jump up here. Oh, yeah, I had a portal here before, so now the portal needs to be at location 3915. The one here is at 3915, okay. Let's think about that for a second. This is 4.1. So if I go to Assets, Screens, 4.1. Then I can see that the portals are in these locations. So for 4.1 to go to 5.1, it needs to be at 3915. And this needs to be at also 15. I can save that. I can go back into the game, hit Control R, and it crashed. That's fine. Must have done something wrong. 207 in screen. 207. Port is null. Oh, the screen name did not get loaded correctly, so I need to find all the places I'm calling load screen. Screen name, current name, portal destination screen. That's the only one, right? It's kind of weird. Pop down to this one. Let's see. Oh yeah. So we want to go over here. Yeah, if you're not already moving with the right momentum, you can't make it there. Boom, look at that. I like that. Oof. You have to obey the laws of the platforming. I hit this jump before. Okay, there we go. Okay, now it works. I don't know why that didn't work correctly the last time. So now we're in 5.1. Let's see. Yeah, we can go back to this screen, which is cool. If you go back to the screen, can you actually do anything? Like, hey, I guess you could go back. I really need to get that vertical collision stuff fixed. All right, so this is a screen where I want it to actually loop around, where the only way to get up so if I were to look at the where we are in the world, if I go up one and over, so this is a starting screen, 4.0. I go to the right, I go down, I go to the left, left again. Then I need to take a path through the right to find a path to go left again, and then I can go from left up. I shouldn't have closed the game, because now I gotta go edit the code, or edit the content. I think it's gonna be pretty cool, actually. I'm actually, feeling pretty good about at least this part of it. I mean, it'd be nice if the game looked better and had, more than one area, but I don't know, kind of cool. So let's see. We're gonna go down. Yeah, this is the place where we need to have kind of a two-way path here. So I'm gonna start drawing some stuff. Right about here, we can put a bit of a line where things may go upward. And you would see this pathway and you'd be like, okay, it looks like I need to find a way to get there somehow. Maybe I can make this not so abrupt. And maybe on this screen, we can do a little bit more sort of pathfinding navigation. We need to make sure we can jump over these obstacles. Probably can't reach all this stuff right now. Let's see. If I put myself right here, save, start jumping. I can't even jump there. So apparently I need to... Whoa, I'm in the wrong place now. Okay, then I can jump on that. Can't get up there. Yeah, there really isn't any other way to do it. So it's about two tiles you can jump to go up. Save it again. Just keep jumping up to go here. Then maybe there's like a ledge. Where you have to go down this way. Or maybe down and around again. I mean, I guess it's a little bit redundant from that perspective, but that's fine. Okay, let me save this. The screen to the right, it's got a lot of walls on that side. Maybe I should be somewhat consistent with that. So if I draw, I would go down probably about that far. Something like that. Drop myself right there. Make sure I save that actually. And go down and around. Probably should put some tiles down here as a slope to go down. And have some more kind of obstacle like situation there as well. Okay, and then put it back into running mode. I can jump over some of this stuff. Go down. Ooh, I can't have that right there right now because it's gonna be in the way. So let's turn that to a 0 tile. All right. So now, right around, let's see what it's gonna be. This is 39.8. So if I go to the next screen, I need to have a door at 39 or at 0.8. So if I go to edit mode, 8 needs to be open. And I need to create a path for myself to go all the way around. Honestly though, this feels a little bit boring. We're in the same kind of Y position all the time. Maybe I should make it go up a little bit more here. So the portal will be here instead. So if I put myself right there, start clearing out some tiles, maybe I could put the entry point right there. Clear that, and then go back to tile 1. All right. Save it. Okay, and then I need to add a portal there. So this is going to be at 3912. Nice, I can drop myself back somewhere else. All right, so 3912. Let's see if reloading the screen works, because clearly it broke last time. I said 3912, right? 3912. This is in 5.1. So the one to go right is at 3912. And that lines up to P61, and P61 should have one. So we're gonna put 2. This is gonna be, the first one's gonna be left, and the other one's gonna be left upper, right upper. Okay, so then left is gonna be at 12, where you enter. I think this one was 18. Okay. So then we also need another right side portal on 5.1 at 39. See, this is going to be right upper. Make it go all the way around the screen. Yeah, definitely. It needs to be more of an obstacle in that case. So right upper is going to be 3912. We're going to put 3 portals on this one. This is going to be upper. This is going to be plain old right. This is going to be 18. P61 left. Okay. So if I reload this screen, you can have as many portals as you want so long as they match up to the ones on the screen that it touches. What did I just do? Oh, shit. I saved the screen stupidly. And I overwrote the portals I just put in. All right, so I want to do Control R again. Okay, yeah, Control R is broken. Let's see, reading screen file. Why is it wrong? Reload current screen, set current screen, oh. Set current screen, okay, all right, that's the problem here, is that I'm actually supposed to be just putting in the screen name, I think. Set current screen takes a screen name. That's why it's not reloading. So if I go back into the game, edit mode, Control R, it reloads just fine. If I go down and to the right, then it's all good. All right, so now if I, whoa, that was funny. Now if I jump around a little bit to get to this area. Ugh, okay, I need to make this a little bit more open so that you can at least jump up. I'll save that and then place myself here. Now I can jump. All right, whoa. Where am I? So that should be 12, 0, 12. Let's see. We'll go back here, right click myself back onto the screen. So that is 3912. If I go into 5.1, 3912 is, I'm sorry, that's 8. 8 is upper, 12 is lower, so I did the wrong thing. All right, so 8 is upper, 12 is lower. Let me go back into 6.1. Left is 12, upper is 8. Okay, now let's reload. Put it back into edit mode, Control R. Now I should be able to walk over there. Hello, Inpertin. Yeah, you've missed a little bit of time, but that's okay. We're making good progress, and we still have a lot left to do. Okay, so that actually did work. This is 12. So now I need to just draw some stuff in this screen. Let me put it to tile 1. This is 12. We're just leaving that one open. Okay, so let's kind of block this out a little bit. I'll save. Let's see. So we need there to be a divider there. Ah, crap. Did it again. Let's cruise back over to that screen right here. Make sure this time I don't lose what I did. So we need to go all the way over. And then start navigating our way up. But I feel like we need to go like up and around. So like we would have some portals, some pathways here. Maybe some stuff to jump over here. Then end up around there. Save it before I lose it. And 6-1 is the end. So I'm not going to have any portals to the right. Okay. We got a little bit of a chamber here. Let's see about building some platforms this way. And maybe we want to have like a platform in here as well to, you know, give it a little bit more dimension. Okay, so then we jump around to get to this point. Then we can jump up on this ledge to go up. I close the exit. There's not going to be an exit on that side. Oh, this side? Yeah, you're right, I did. Let's just clear that out. That's 9. No, it's here, right? It was 8. So let me put the tile back in right there. Maybe I can put another tile here. Like that. Okay, let's... let me do that again. Make sure that... What? Make sure I have it saved. Now I'm going to cruise through this a little bit. Make sure I can actually traverse it. Okay, I can't jump that. Or can I? Maybe I need one little ledge sticking out. So if I drop a tile right there, save it. Yeah, so you can basically do that. Can I move it a little bit more though? That's too easy to jump. I want it to be a little further out to give it a bit more of a challenge, I think. So 0 here, 0 here. Maybe let it like that and see if they can make the jump. Yeah, you can make it barely. Now, if you go this way, you have to be able to jump over that. Any way that I can make this a little bit more interesting? This is a platformer, after all. Let's try to jump that. It takes a little bit of timing. Yeah, okay, so you can make it. I don't like that double jump, though. Oh, and I just walked into the wall. That's great. Maybe I should clear this up a little bit so that you don't end up hitting the ceiling by accident. Well, if the ceiling collision was working right, then it wouldn't be a problem. You can just drop down, and then we hit the portal going this way, and now we can get into this part of the room. So it gives it a little bit more time that it takes to get through, which is nice. Let's put a tile here, maybe here and here, so that you can actually get up, and then block this off a bit more. Maybe give that a little bit more dimension. Maybe not, actually. Okay, so then you would be able to jump up here. I don't have a portal set up yet for this spot, so this is going to be 29-0. So if I go up to the screen above, 29-0 is going to be the place where we pop up. I see that we have the indicator here. Is nice. This is 5-1. Interesting. And you think about how the player is going to get back too. So you go through this whole little labyrinth here. Let me throw in another couple tiles there and just fix that a little bit. All right, so let's follow the path again. All right, we start off here. We go to the left. We go down. We go to the right. We go to the right again. Then we have to get all the way around this stuff to go into this door. We have to go all the way around this and go back to the left. Then we go up. Then, in theory, we would go over. We need to get back into this level, or into the screen, sort of like, I want there to be one path to go, but you end up back at the starting point in an interesting way. Oh, maybe I could have a door here that you can't actually get to by jumping. You'd have to come right here. So I like that. Let's do that. So from this screen, you could go up the wall to go over to that side. So let's do a little editing on this screen. Put 0 right here, and then maybe a little bit more of a outcropping so that you can come back down. But you can never jump up here. You would never be able to reach it in theory. Let me test that really quick. So yeah, you can't even get up there. You see that there, you're like, I can't get there. But you press K and it says, oh, you need to go to the left. So you're like, okay, well, I guess there must be another way to go. So then you go to the left. Then you can either go to the left and go down. Left going this way is not gonna do a whole lot for you. Go down, you go to the right, go to the right, go to the right again, go to the left higher, you go up. Now, this is the place where we would come back to the starting point. So this is at position 4-0. So on this screen, it needs to be, I'm sorry, that's wrong. This is 39.3. So it would be 3, really, is it 3? It can't be right. Maybe it is. Okay, so put a tile at 4. All right, let's try that. Maybe we can have some more interesting landscape here. It's kind of like a mountain on that side, I guess. Save as we go here. In the next game jam, we'll definitely have art. We're not going to be messing around with colored blocks anymore. Hey, Benoit. Okay, so that's nice. And I think that I can actually jump up there. It just takes a little bit of effort because you got to keep jumping. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you can finally get up there. That's good. So, well, can you do that? Yeah, you can get into the ledge. Cool. I like that. We also have to go to the left at this point because we have to get the screen that has the tile on it. Let's see. So the final screen where you would pick up the item, maybe it's sort of like, you know, out here in the center, kind of presented to you. I don't know if there needs to be like a cool jump that you have to do to get there. Let's just draw it out a little bit. Another sort of mountain area. From there, jump to a platform. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Edit mode. In 5.0, yeah, whenever I get back to that screen, tell me again. We're gonna put a little bit of a hill here that you gotta go up. You go grab it. Also, we kind of end up in too much of a same level every time we walk into a screen. So maybe we should be doing some more hills in this zone. And not have it be all the same height all the time. Okay, let's see. I'll save that. And the tile will be up here. So we could say that on this screen it would be 34.6. And I can go into the code. So piece. This would be 34.6. Right there is where we would want the item. So now we at least have a location where we can place it, and then the player could go try to pick that up if they make it to the screen. We also need to connect these screens. Benoit says, looks like Atari games. Yes, it's because this is, I don't have any art in here. And then when I did try to put art in here, it screwed up all the rendering. So for now, we're just doing it this way. Okay, so save this screen. Yeah, we're going to change that, Alejandro. We're going to do it right now. So I'm going to jump back over to the previous screen. So let's see, 6-0. Yeah, so 6-0 and 6-1. 6-1 is the one where you go all the way around back to the left. And if we go to the left screen from there, 5-1, and we go up, then we get to here. So yes, I need to make the hole, right? So that was at interesting. I have a thought here. 29-0. So this 29 here, we're going to go into edit mode. We're going to clear out a path. Hello, edit mode. Clear out a path at 29. Okay, let's see. That should be jumpable, I think. Maybe I'll make a little dip here. Why not? And I'll save it. And to get to the next screen, we're at, what is this position? This is 11. So right around here, maybe, or actually I could just increase it. So this would be 11. Oh wow. Maybe I did that on purpose already. So let's do a little platform thing here. I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll save it real quick and then try to hit it. Okay, that's really easy to navigate. Okay. So let's wire up some maps. If we go down to this screen and I go into running mode, I should be able to traverse this whole thing. So let's just double check that it still works. Ah. Gotta time it better. Okay, and you can go up. This probably doesn't work. This needs to be at location 29-0 in 5-1. So 5-1. We have 4 portals in the screen now. So let's put this to 4. And then we're going to copy this one. We're going to call it the up portal. It's going to link up with the down portal in piece 5-0. Going to be at 29-0. That's 29-0. And the direction, I need to fix the direction on this because I haven't been actually paying attention to it. This is an up, which is 2. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this, and then we can go to the other screen, the one above, 5-0, and then paste in a down portal at 29. Well, we'll figure out what the direction is, or what the thing is. Goes to 5-1. This is the up portal. Let's go increase this number to 3. All right, so now if I, let's see, actually, this is 29-0. This would be 29-22. So if I go in here and I reload the screen, then I jump, then it puts me up here. Okay, so that worked. Great. So both sides worked, it seems. Yeah, it actually worked a little bit too good because it's catching me whenever I didn't intend to fall down there. Bump. All right. Cool. So now if I jump back here, I don't think I've got the portal set up correctly here yet, do I? Or do I? No. So let's edit this screen too. This is 5-0. I think we're in 5-0 right now. The one to the right is at 39-11, I think. 39-11. And it goes to piece 6-0 at, let's see, if I go to 6-0, The left portal should be 11. And that should be doable now. And I can go reload the screen and then walk over to the right. And there we are. Then I can walk back to the left. All right. The REPL does work. I'm not using it at the moment, but we got it working yesterday. So now you should be able to just jump up here and then grab the item. In fact, I need to make sure that we have a wall here because this is the end of the world. Let's see. Let's edit this to make it a bit more of a mountain where you can't get up there. But make it so you can at least get back up if you happen to fall in this crevice. All right, and now I can make sure I don't have the ability to jump up. Okay, now let's go back down. And the idea is that you would go all the way back over and then walk up this path because it's the only way to get back. Or yeah, actually it is the only way to get back, or the only short way to get back. And here I need to make a portal to go over to the screen to the left. So let's pop over to that screen. So that's 39.303. So this is on 5.0, which I think, okay, let's go back to 5.0. The left portal is going to go 0.3, and then over in piece 4.0, we're going to have the right portal as 39.3. So now if I go back here, reload the screen, then walk over, I should be able to get back to this. Yep. All right, now I can drop back down and then bring the item back right there. So now we have a whole cycle, and let's just follow it, see what it does. Just see if we can walk through the whole thing. You could go down this way if you want to. You could go the other way around. That's fine. Oh, all right. We have a missing portal. Let me drop myself here. This is at 3.1, 39.15. So 3.1. That's 15 now. And then over at, what is it, 4.1? Okay, I think that's right. So let's reload and try walking. Cool. So now we're in this screen. This is the one where you got to kind of jump a little bit more carefully and then go around, go up. Okay, oh, there we are. We're back in this screen now. And now we got to go all the way up here and around. Jump up. Not get lost in the ceiling. Gotta be careful here. Jump only a little bit. Go over to the side. Okay, go around. All right, gotta be careful on that jump. Okay. And then go up the hill. Whoops. I think I need to fix the angle, or sorry, the direction of that portal maybe. Let me check this. Well, let's finish it first. All right, now we're gonna go up here. Then we go pick up the stone up the hill. Right there, catch the stone. Jump back down. Oh, did I mess up something here? I think I am in the wrong location for the portal. There we go. I need to check all the portal directions. Now we go back up. And then we end up back at the starting position. So if we were able to pick up the stone, we would be able to do that. Hey, Arn. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if the game looked better and had like actually more screens, so you're not just going a very short cycle, it would be a lot more fun, I think. Plus, if it had a lot more things going on, maybe some music, etc., then it would be a lot more enjoyable. But you know, this is sort of like a really, really, really rough prototype of a game at this point. So, you know, I do intend to keep working on this after the jam is over, but probably very slowly. I've got like 4 different game projects now because of all the jams we've done, and I'm going to use all of them for experimentation. So this one will get some more attention as time goes on. All right, I wanted to check this portal. This is on 5.0. Let's see. That's the down portal. The direction is 3, which is down. That's correct. What about the one on the side here? Because I felt like that something was wrong about that. Auto-generate screens. That's difficult. You need to return the stone to the pyramid. Yes, now we just need to add that part. Which is, we're making pretty good time, actually. So yeah, auto-generating screens is difficult because you need to make screens that are kind of coherent. I've seen some interesting articles about doing dynamically generated worlds, and I will definitely try it one day, but not today. So this portal on the right side, I want to check. Let's see, this is 5.0. I'm in 5.0. It's the right portal, which is right here. So we'll go back to screen.msc. The direction for right is 1. Okay, so that's correct. All right, so I think I must have just jumped over it the last time. We got a little bit of a problem with the portal targets, where if you jump over them, it doesn't get triggered. So you got to be careful. Yeah. A little bit dangerous, I think, because you can just jump right over it and then you get lost. I can drop myself back in, though. I need to make the portal targets bigger, and I just haven't done that yet. Okay. So let's add the ability to pick up the stone, which would be up here. This is at location 34.6, which I think I already captured. Here, 34. This is in game. Where is this screen? Yeah, I agree with Alejandro. For a platforming game where it requires you to sort of understand the mechanics, it's a bit more difficult, probably. I guess Dead Cells did auto-generated. Well, actually, what Dead Cells did was pretty genius. Dead Cells had hand-created screens, but then the organization of them in the world was different every time you played. So instead of it being, you know, each screen was dynamically generated, each screen was hand-created, but then the connection points between the screens was different. They randomized that part, which I think was a really good idea. And that might be something that I'd try in the future. That could work with this model for sure. All right. Back in game.msc 34.6. Okay, so we do have the location there. What happens when you're on the screen and you press K? Oh, wow. Isn't that cool? It actually says you're on the screen. I didn't know that was going to happen. Sort of a little bit of emergent design for you there. So now that we know that we're on the screen, we need to recognize when we enter a screen that it's a stone location so that it can be rendered with the screen. I'm trying to think the right way to go about that. We know when we load a screen in the game. Yeah, I need to draw it, but I need to know that it's the screen that has the stone first, because we've sort of disconnected this information from the actual screen data. So if I were to draw it, let's say, render game. We render the screen here. We render the player. We also need to render the stone. How can we check that? I want to do this without having it be a burden every tick. So define current screen stone. And it could just be position. It could be the map position. Screen stone position. We could call it that. Where's all the screen stuff? Get rid of that. Save point stuff we don't really need. In fact, I don't know. We'll just leave it there for now. Where's controller? Let me just move some things around a little bit for my own amusement. If you can know, if you're in the screen with that beacon, you can know if you have to draw it. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, there's another way to know also, but that's a good point actually. But you don't know that until you press the button. But I suppose when you enter a room, that could be done. Okay, so maybe we need a way to say load. Let's see, so game event handler does load screen here. This does. All right, so let's set current screen, I think is the way this needs to happen. So set current screen, exclamation point, piece for O. Set current screen is fine. This to do, check if current screen has the stone, all right? Also load screen here. This needs to be set current screen. No. And then we'll take off the load screen part here, and then we'll do that. So that what that's going to allow me to do is funnel all the screen loading to one place, and then in this spot, I can then look at the current screen and say, oh, is this the place where all this happens? And what Alejandro said is actually true. I can reuse what I've already done. So I have the listen vector, but calculate the beacon position and render it on another function so you could check the beacon position to know if you're in the correct screen. Yeah, let me think about how I might reuse some of this stuff. Find nearest stone. I don't need to go through all this calculation though. I mean, I need to loop through the list of locations, but really what I'm doing is saying, does the current screen match the area plus the area plus the position, world position. Let me think about this for 1 second. I'm actually storing this as a string inside of the screen data. So let's make that a string actually, so that we don't have to do any conversions. All right, now we got that. Now in piece, when we enter a screen, set current screen, we can say, I mean, find nearest sort of makes sense. What's it gonna return? It returns a const pair. I don't really want that. Fine, let's do it this way. So locations, stone locations, and if pair locations, first of all, if equal car of the car of locations, which is the name, the area name, screen area, current screen. So if the area name is equal to the area name in the car position, and well, actually we could just do an and here, right? and equal the catter of car locations. Oof. So the catter of car locations is going to be the const pair. So this is going to be the car of the const pair. This is getting a little bit wacky. Alejandro says, can a mesh loop be named? Is loop the name of the loop? Yes, this is a named let. This is a very common looping pattern in Scheme. So this name can be anything. It doesn't have to be loop. It could be foo. And it basically just defines the body of a let is a function anyway. It's an anonymous function in this case. The bindings that you put into the list here get sent in as parameters to the function that the body represents. And then if you put a name here, it lets you use the name of, or lets you call the body function again. So this is how the basic looping construct in Scheme. You have a named let, and you just use that to call the function over and over and over. And because I have tail call optimization, it could just keep calling itself without consuming stack. All right. If equal car of scatter of car locations, I'm hoping that's the right thing. We'll find out in a second. Then if it's equal to screen world x current screen, also duplicate this, go down, do the cutter of that, and check the y position. If all of those are true, then that means that we need to set the current stone, what was it? Stone position, screen stone position. Screen stone position would be the catter of car locations. Okay, so we've got that now. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, we keep going. Excuse me, keep going. Is a stone on this screen, right? If we find one, then we set the screen stone position. In fact, let's actually do this. Set screen stone position false. We'll just clear it first, just to make sure we don't have something hanging around that's not supposed to be there. Loop through all the locations. And then we set it if it's true. If it's true, then we don't loop anymore. Otherwise, we loop and we say cutter of locations. And that takes care of the whole let. So once we have the position, in fact, we can say begin here and write it out. Let's see. Display stone is here. Just to see it. Let's find out. So I'm going to press tab and I'm going to navigate over one screen, another screen. Stone is here. Okay. Go back, go there again. All right. So now it says the stone is there. It knows it's there. So that means we can go draw stone at the correct position. So now, right here, we can do a similar thing where we can render a rectangle. Render the player, then render the stone. And we're going to do that only if screen stone position is true. This is going to be car of screen stone position times, let's call it 32, or I don't know, 32, whatever. Which will put us in the right location. Same thing for the cutter of the stone position. Let's get rid of these two blocks. And we'll just say 32. I'm bored. Let's just say 32, 32. And for the color, we'll just use the same color as the listen icon for now, but we'll go change that. So now let's go and, oh. I don't think I ever set, what did I do? Okay. I wonder if I didn't clear that. Oh, no, I did. Screen stone position. Is this one of those situations where mesh is choking on something? Renderer. Define render stone. I shouldn't actually do this unless I have position. So let's actually take this if back out. I don't know if this is helping, actually. I could be totally wrong about this. So now we should have this set up right. Yeah. There's some weird bugs in the language. All right, I'm gonna hit tab and I'll just navigate over. Oh, that's the wrong spot. So I should probably write out what that is. Oh, you know what? I didn't actually pull the right location. So the set screen stone position, wrong. This is the, it's cooter twice and then catter. No, cooter. So carve locations, second, third item, and then car because it's still looking at a list. So let's try that again. There it is, right there. Boom. So we haven't done collision detection yet against a stone, but we can. So I would be able to pick that up right now. Okay, so I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and we're going to come back. We're going to get collision detection working against the stone, and then we're going to get it make it possible to drop it off at the home location, and then maybe, if we're lucky, we can print a message to the screen saying that the player won the game. So be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. And Alejandro reminds me I need to also implement up collision. Yes, that would be nice. I don't know if we'll have time, but let's see what happens. Maybe we will have time. Checking the stream health here. I keep seeing it blip a little bit. Not very happy about that. Hopefully the people that come out to look at my internet tomorrow will fix whatever wiring issue I have in my house so that we don't have this anymore. Okay, let's get back to it. So we need to be able to collide against this object to pick it up. I also want to change the color of that, but that's not the most important thing. So We have collision checking code in the player module. So check moving collision. Since the stone position is in world coordinates, we could potentially reuse the functionality here, because what we're looking for is like same thing as screen tile wall. I could possibly no, that's actually not right. I don't want to do that for check moving collision, but also falling collision. All right, we'll just rip some of this stuff. I have something else I was looking at. What was that? Yeah, this find activated portal. This does a more thorough check against a location. So screen portal at position. It's not ideal though. Well, I guess. Maybe we could copy it. Check stone collision. Left X, right X. Problem is, well, maybe in the update function. Let's see. Update player screen game event handler time delta. I could also add a stone position here. Read the player input, update player velocity. Problem is, I need to send an event back, but I have game event handler, so I could use that. So stone position, update player position based on velocity. Checking for falling, checking for collision against the portal. I wonder if I add another thing in here, if it's gonna cause a problem. Check stone collision. All right, so check stone collision, and we should have all the same stuff. Stone position. Oh, and that's only gonna be if there's a stone position. Left X, right X, top X, bottom X. Do I really need to check with the velocity, or should I just check based on, well, knowing which side to look at would be useful? Screw it. Let's do it. Vel X, vel Y. Just drop this down some too. Also, we need to react if and that's the right way to do that. Then we need to send an event. Game event handler I'm consing it with what? Oh, yeah. So, touched stone. Do we need to know what the position is, or can we just say that's it? Okay. Yeah, let's try that. So game event handler, touchstone. If we go back to game event handler, if equal car event change screen, then maybe we should have a function for changing screen. I don't know. But then if it's false, then if equal car event, is that right? Yeah. If equal car event is a touched stone, then we could just say display touched the stone and see what happens. Now let's go back here. Check stone collision, because I never really updated the logic. So we need to update these things. So for the stone position, if, yeah, this is going to be some nasty logic. So if f velocity y is less than 0, or when we start doing these nested ors and ands, I think we just totally bust the limit of functions in mesh, and very predictable things start happening. Something I need to deal with soon. Basically, like, there's a limit to the number of instructions a function can have, I think, and we hit it, and then the function just reaches the end of what's available and it just stops. Probably should put a check. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I need to look into it. Something weird is happening. X, Y. Yeah. Maybe I can do that. Check stone position. If and car stone equal, and X, and the cutter of the stone position, and Y. All right, then we can just delete that and sort of replicate it here. Check stone position. So that'll be left X, and we'll get rid of the direction part here. And this will be right X. Okay. Same thing for the next one. This is gonna be for the bottom Y. So maybe I could just duplicate this, drop it in right here, and then change this for bottom Y, bottom Y. Okay, this is gonna be a lot more compact. We'll also copy that up and drop it here. This is for X now, so we're gonna do left X, or top and bottom. And then we'll just, copy this, drop it here. Same thing for right X. And I think we're good on that. So now we should be able to try this again. Oops. All right, let's see what this didn't like. 311 in game.msc 311 update player. Okay, we need to put the next parameter in here. So screen stone position. Maybe I should break these on multiple lines now. Be nice if there was some kind of hotkey I could use for that. Okay, so let's hop over to this screen. Whoa, interesting. All right, so in 159 of player.msc 159. Let's see, top X, top. Oops, top Y. That was nice. Okay, so hop over to this screen. Again, we got a crash. That's nice. 3 arguments, we got 2. That's 222. Check stone. Wow, okay, we got a lot of stone position to paste in here. Okay, now we got that. Okay, now we got the stone up there, and we should be able to check for collisions. So I'm gonna just walk over there and see if it tells me anything. Touch the stone. Okay, so it seems that it does pick it up, even if I jump around or walk into it from multiple directions. So now that I've got the collision, and I know it got checked, and in game.mse it says, well, who said it? That must be in game. All right. So here we can clear the stone position. Probably should have stored the entry, but maybe that's not necessary. So here's what we'll do. Set, was it held stones? Yeah, held stones. We're gonna const the name of the screen area, or current screen, because we just need to know what area the stone is from. We're gonna const that with held stones itself, just to append it to the list. Held stones, or I guess add it to the front of the list. Oh, what did I do wrong? And also we're going to set, I feel like a remove. Did I have a remove function somewhere in core? Remove. Delete item list. That will require checking the item though. Maybe if I had to delete that click a predicate. What does scheme have for that? Let's see. Nope. Is there any standard remove? Doesn't look like it. Oh, nice. Glad to see someone join from finding the post in Mastodon. That's great. All right. Mastodon's been a lot of fun the last week or two. Okay, so let's check out. I want to remove the item from the list. I basically need a function like this, so maybe I can just add this for now. I don't really want to throw some garbage in here, but if this function works, then red. Then we just put the predicate here. Red item. Car items. So del p predicate list. All right, so with pred car items, then if null cdr items and new items. Okay, so we'll just drop it from putting together the list. So I think I can do that, like a del p. What is it? Stone locations. Del p, the predicate would be lambda loc equal r loc with screen area current screen. So you're just gonna rip that one off the list if it's there. We're gonna do this to stone locations. So remove the stone from the list. Add the stone to held stones. Clear the stone position from the screen. So set screen stone position to false. That should be enough. Let's get rid of this now. Okay, let's run it. See what happens. Oops. Expected end of expression. Set. Did I put too many things in a set somewhere? Yes. Held stones. Fonts. Oh, yep, that's it right there. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's just cruise over to this screen, jump up. Oh, picked it up and it didn't crash. That's nice. All right, so now we need to have the ability to walk back to the altar or whatever you want to call it and drop that stone off. Maybe I should have a little message anyway, because I want to make sure that what I'm doing is correct here. Display held stones. Okay, now getting back to the original position. I guess the problem is we have to do the same thing for the drop-off point. So I'm seeing a generalization is needed here. What we did, man, this is a little bit annoying. We need to use the same logic to do a collision against the original point, and that point is, where is it? 1913, the literal starting point of the game. Let's see. Let's take this stuff out. I don't need this root element UI stuff anymore. We're not even using that. Okay, I'll leave it. Hey, I don't want that undo tree. Let's go. So I'm thinking about how I want to pass this information on to the player. When I call update player, I'm giving it the screen stone position. Giving it the position of the starting location in the game seems a little bit lame. So maybe what I need actually is a list, like of interesting locations to check. So this could be, it's either going to be a stone position or it's going to be the starting point screen. And I don't want to have to be doing a check every time. So maybe even this variable needs to be generalized. So instead of it being a screen stone position, it needs to be something else. Point of interest. Action location. So yeah, we've got some assumptions baked in here. Yeah, the pickup of the object is done. Now I'm just trying to get it so that you can collide with the starting location so you can drop off the stone. Let's see. Okay, so if damn. Okay, let's not make this more complicated. Define alter position. Define is alter screen. This is terrible, but this is what we're gonna do because we just need to get this done. We got 30 minutes left, so we just need to get the basic game loop done, and we can call the game, you know, it's playable. You can do something. It's not a complete waste of time. All right, so alter position is gonna be 1913. Okay, so now we got this information here. Set, whoops, don't do that. Set current screen. Yes, that's right, Alejandro. I'm just gonna use the same mechanics. I just need to wrap it a little bit, and you're gonna see what I'll do for that. So is this the alter screen? If equal screen area. This is literally the same logic. Screen area screen, current screen. Hold up. Screen has a name too. I could just check that and not bother. So it's piece 40. Let's do that. Trying to avoid deleting something I have in my copy buffer. Okay, apparently I have nothing there. Fine. Screen name is piece 40. It will be now. Screen name equal. If it's equal, then set is alter screen. True. Set is alter screen. False. This should never happen. But you know, we'll just leave it as it is for now. All right, so is alter screen. Now we're gonna go back to update player. Here's how I'm gonna do things. Or is alter screen. I hope this actually works. Alt const touched alter screen position. Okay. And screen stone position. Const touched stone. Screen stone position. Maybe I should flip the naming there so that the naming is consistent. So what this does is it passes in a const pair to the function. And we're going to go take a look at the player function now. Update player. Action position. Screen. Okay, so check for collision against the action position. I don't know. Action position. Check action collision. This is really vague, but that's fine. Action position. Let's cutter that. So that could be checked. Check stone position. Stone position, action position. Okay. Okay. See you, Benoit. Good luck with your painting. Benoit is a house crafter. Always working on his house. I mean, it's a nice thing to do if you know how to do it. I don't. Okay, so check action collision, action position. We got all that stuff. Game event handler. So what we want to do here is throw out the event. So basically the car of the action position. So action position is not a good name. It should be something else. Oh. Action location, maybe. I don't know. Position is a little bit specific. It makes you think it's a pair. Okay, action location, and then back in game we have all these things. All right, now it may be possible to touch the altar. So touched altar. Let me check for touched stone. I have some logic for that here. Yeah, it's gonna be very ugly nested stuff, I think. Okay, so define game handle stone. Handle touched stone. What do we need in there? Nothing really. Game handle touched stone. Okay. Put that here. All right, so we got all this stuff here. Held stones, stones updated, etc., etc. Now, finally, where is the code? Handle. Okay, it's right under my nose, apparently. Action position, I think of the Power Rangers, yeah. Okay. If equal car event touched altar. We should see this immediately, I think, when the game starts. So okay, so only functions can be called 158. What? Kind 0. What did I do wrong? Screen. Oh, hold on. Okay. Another crash. Alter screen position. 344. What did I call it? Alter position. Okay. Oops. Whatever. Let's just fix that. All right, so if I move, all right, so it does recognize now that I touched the altar. So let's do this. Click the live thing on the player bar, because maybe the stream stuttered a bit and you might be a little bit behind, Alejandro. Okay, so I think we're almost there. Let's also check if the player has anything in their held stones. So let's have a function for that too. Game handle touched altar. We're almost there. It's gonna happen now. If pair held stones, yeah. So if it's actually a pair and not an empty list or false, then we know that we touched the altar. So if I jump around a little bit, we won't get the notification. If I jump over to this screen and go up and steal the stone, And then I move myself back. Oh, what did I just do wrong? Interesting. I wonder. Something weird is happening. Yes, I'm sure I sound funny. Man. I wish I had a way to check that crash. I need a way to throw an error from inside the native function so that I know where it is. We're so close to. It's funny that it doesn't actually trigger it until I have the stone in my possession. So if I go to another screen, does it actually... Ah, okay, good. Good to know. Ah, that's interesting. 316, game.msc 316. Green portals. I wonder if I did something wrong. Object kind 1. Did I change something? Change screen. If there's an action location and action collision happened, then do that. Otherwise, game event handler, change screen portal. Portal. Game handle change screen. Let's find out what that was again. Twitter event. Okay, so that seems to be better. Hopefully this helps solve the problem. No. 314, 314. Set current screen portal destination screen portal. So it did pull 3.0, which is right. Does 3.0 not have any portals in it somehow? That's portals. That's 3 portals. .314 screen portals screen. I don't understand. That was a mistake. I see now what I did. So, set screen, load screen. Here we go. This is the right thing. I did not realize I made a bug there. So here, then we would use set current screen to actually load the same screen again, unfortunately, but that's fine. Oops, I don't want to delete it. I want to just paste it. So let's just paste that there and get that out. Okay. Hopefully that solves the problem. All right. Now I can go back. Now let's jump over to this screen and go grab the stone. And let's pop over. Okay, that I don't know why that's causing a crash. That's really weird. Held stones updated piece. Reading screen file 5.0. Perhaps there's a bug in the set current screen function. So if the screen name is 4.0, set the alter screen to true or false. In fact, I could probably just set is alter screen. Hello. No. That's much better. And then we're looping through the locations. I wonder if I did something wrong here, actually. So stone locations. I wonder what stone locations is after I mess with it. Because I run that delete function and I haven't actually checked what the output is yet. So del p. That must be it. It must have messed up the list somehow. So if I go over here and I pick up the stone, it should tell me what I did. Boom. Okay, so we got an empty list here. That must be a bug in that function. Okay. Core del p. If null items, return new items. Otherwise, if the predicate is true, if null cdr items, return new items. Oh, and new items is an empty list. No, this is wrong. If null cdr items, return new items. If null new items, return cdr items. Otherwise, return the const. Doesn't seem right. But let's see. Yeah. Now the stone locations are completely deleted. Damn it. Don't have time for this. So the problem is we're deleting the first item from the list. All right, so if null items, new items, okay, right. I'm attaching them all to the front again. Okay, this should be right, I think. Const new items, no. Yeah, this whole, I don't know where I got this function from. Yeah, null is a function. I obviously wrote this and never tested it because I think I'm doing it all wrong. I need to filter through the list and then add each item. All right, can I do this real quick? If null items, return new items. Otherwise, if the predicate is true, then I need to skip this one. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thanks, Alejandro. I don't know that that's going to help. Let's see what it does. Oh, good. I don't think that's right though. I think the behavior of that function is wrong. But let's see what happens when I go back to the other screen. Now we're gonna walk up to where the altar is. Touch the altar, and that's because we have a stone. Okay, we're at the final moment here where we need to say, okay, we got the stone placed back at the altar. Handle, touch stone, change screen, touched altar. Okay, so we know that we have stones. So I don't know. Let's just say that it's done, right? Let's just say that when you touch the altar with any stones, the game is done because we don't have any other stones aside from that. Because you need a way to complete the game. So I will go and change this list. Or maybe here's what I'll do. We only need the one. Okay, because these areas aren't implemented yet. So when we have stone locations, held stones. All right, so if null stone locations, then basically the game state is that you win. So update game. If equivalent state quit, for a quit state, we exit. Else, if we're in the state running, is that a state? Oh, running, editing, and I see. Okay. Quit. I don't know how we even get to the quit state. If we're in the quit state, or maybe not in the win state, we'll update the game. It's not perfect. And for render game, if was it equivalent? Yeah, if you touch the altar and the stone list is empty and you have stones in your pocket. Let's see, state. If equivalent state is win, then we need to render something on the screen. So display win. I'll update that in a minute. Right now, I just need to get the whole logic working. We're not going to do anything special here. So handle touched altar. So if pair held stones and null stone locations, then set state to win. And that's it. Yeah, I guess so. Well, you're supposed to place them actually, but we haven't done all that yet. But yeah, if they did give special powers, that could be nice. Let's just leave it like that for now. And let's just double check that the logic all works. Whoa. Who knows what I changed that made it do that? I'll guess it has something to do with the update game logic. If not equivalent state win. Somehow I busted this. No, don't do that. Man, I broke it right at the end. We're calling something that's null, which makes no sense. What about the render change that I made? Must be that somehow. What did I do? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna end this on a note of no fanfare. Held stones. Okay. Set state when. Begin. Terrible. What else can we do? Begin. Set that to an empty list. Yeah, we got so many problems with the language. I really got to go through and figure out what's going on with all of it. Okay, so I'm going to grab it. Then I'm going to hop back to the first screen and then jump up here. Boom. You win. And the game crashes. Well, it exits you from the game. Oh, it exits the game loop? Why is it doing that? Update. I see. Okay. So it should still run. Yeah, I would like to do that, but I don't think it's gonna work because I gotta move some things around. Let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run through the game the way it's meant to be played one time and just make sure everything works. And then if we have time, we can put the you win thing on the screen. So we're just gonna go down this way. We never did get to fix the jumping collision detection, but that's okay. I mean, that's something I could do another time. All right, so we're gonna go across the screen. Oh. Jump across all these. Jump up on this. Uh-oh. Let's just put myself back here. I'm the developer, I can hack it. Okay. Just gonna cruise down through the little shafts here. Try not to jump too hard. Okay, now we gotta go all the way around this little pathway. Thanks for joining, Luis. There we go. Made it over. Oh. Gotta be a little smarter with the jumping here. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's even possible to make that jump without having made the previous jump. Oh. Come on. Ah. It's so close. Hey, all right, cool. I like that because it actually requires a little bit of finesse. Okay, so we can go all the way back up here. Whoops. All right, now we're on this screen. Jump up on these platforms. Then go all the way up to catch the stone here. Grab the stone. We have no more stones left to find, so the stone location was updated correctly. And now we can just go across, go up this hill. Then go in this door, come out here, go up, and boom, you win. Whew. Boy, oh boy. How am I in edit mode now? Apparently win mode is edit mode, and the player is just gonna go walk on their own now. Great, fantastic. All right, let's see. I got 3 minutes. Let me see what I can do about putting something on the screen. That's in game. So here's what we can do. Define render debug text. Renderer. Window width. Window height. I'm going to move all of this font rendering stuff out of this function so that when I put something else in here, it doesn't totally pose everything. All right. So we got that. Render the screen, render the player, render the stone, render debug text. Makes it easier to turn this off also. Make sure it still works. Okay, still works. And then we can go back and put the if equivalent state when. Can't type anymore. Let's just make sure the game runs. Yep, okay. And if I cheat and jump over here and grab the stone, then jump back to this screen. All right, cool. So it does the thing I expected to do. So now we should just be able to render the text, and I'll grab this string. I'll put it here. Delete that. You recovered the stones. And I think I can do render text centered. Render text centered. I don't know what the text width and height is, but render font text. Small font. Do I have a result font? Result font is loaded. Cool. I can use that immediately. Great. You know what? We're going to try this without the logic on it first, just so I can see what it looks like. Just quickly iterate to make sure we can get done on time. So render text centered. That's in the wrong spot, but we're going to quickly move it around. All right, so I got a little bit of an error here. 7 arguments, but got 5. Render text centered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So font, text, XY, text width, text height. So result font, define result string. Define result string width. Let's see. I was doing that in another game. Where was it? It was in LD50 modules. Maybe it was in main. Text width. Font text width. But I probably need to calculate that after I load the font, which is not right now. So let's do this first. #F. Small font, result font, calculate string sizes. Set result text width. Okay. And down here, we can go back to this and say, this is 10, 70, result, text, width, I don't know. Is it the height? Let's call it 50. I don't know what it is. Something else is unhappy. 430, expected 7 arguments, but got 6. Renderer font, X, Y, width, height. Renderer font, text, X, Y, width. Oh, did I not put the text in? Yep. So result text. Okay, now let's move that to the center of the screen. Window width 2. Window height 2. Okay, that's a little bit big, don't you think? Maybe it needs to be 130. Cool. All right, I like that. And now we can go back and put the logic in where it is part of this if. And And then we can run the code and cheat, jump over, steal the stone. And then cheat again, and then go back and then land here. Boom, you recover the stones. Okay, I mean, we're right on time. I guess we were able to get the full game loop working to the extent that you could go and grab the only stone that exists in the game right now and then come back to the location and drop it off. I'm glad we actually got the core game loop done, and we actually had the ability to build out some screens dynamically, because if we were doing this all by hand in text files, it would have taken forever. So being able to draw all the stuff out dynamically, move between screens dynamically, and set it all up is it was very nice to have that capability. I'm going to try to build out these kinds of dynamic capabilities to use in future game jams as a way to like pull them in and just have them ready immediately so we don't have to build them live. Then progressively, as every game jam goes on, it's going to be easier and easier to put together new games. So I'm really excited about how things will develop, especially in the next few months when I have focused time to start putting some of these pieces together and then see how things go next year. Next year, what I'd really like to do is ship like an actual game, small game, obviously, nothing really that big, but take some of the stuff we've been doing on the game jams, put it together into an actual end-to-end game that could be posted for free online so people could go check it out and see how things go. Alejandro says, I'd like to see more of this game. Yeah, me too. I've been wanting to make a game like this for a long time, so we're going to continue working on this. We might do some random streams here and there. It's hard for me to find time for this. My wife has been like enabling me to do these streams this whole month, and it's not easy for her because she has to watch our child the whole time I'm doing the stream. So I have to find a better time to do it sort of occasionally so we can check in and sort of check on the state of the language and the game progress and all that. But I want to continue doing this because this game is pretty cool. The other games we worked on this year, Silent Siphon and the dungeon game, both of those are cool too. So I kind of want to finish all of them. It's just a matter of having enough time to put in on them. But anyway, I'm pretty happy with the result. I'm not going to submit it because it's hard to submit a game that nobody can run except for me at the moment. But at least getting to the end and having something working is good enough. So thank you all of you who were here throughout the whole month watching the streams. Yeah, format function, that's coming really soon. I need that. So I'll keep you posted primarily on Mastodon or the Fediverse about when I'll be doing more streams. So follow me there. If you don't know what my details are there, go to fosstodon.org @DavidWill, and you can follow me there. I post about the stuff that I'm working on pretty frequently. And I'll let you know the next time I stream. And also I'll keep you posted on what's going on with other games and whatnot. So until then, thanks so much for being a part of this. I really appreciate all of you, and we'll see you next time. Keep creative.